Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Even send you.
I'm very impressed.
What's going on? What's going on?
Nobody's talking. Why is that?
Oh, today I'm a little busy.
Behind you there's a fan, Joseph, and I thought it was your hand doing this.
Yeah, it's a fan.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I missed the coffee with you today.
Yeah, I think tomorrow is a good day for that one. I had a couple of things to do today.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, and tomorrow we don't have class.
Yeah, but I was going to reach out and call you, though.
No, we don't have class.
Tomorrow?
No, we have class again on Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday from 9 to 6.
Uh-huh.
Good. So today I will try to give you guys the highlights of the highlights. And if you have any questions while you're reading the highlight, today is a good day to start asking those questions.
Uh-huh.
Okay? Take the day tomorrow to read all those highlights. And whatever you don't understand, you write it down. And on Saturday, you bring those questions on Saturday.
Uh-huh.
Okay? We good? All right, so let's start it. Let's start it. Okay, chapter 16. Chapter 16 is about appraisals. Who can tell me how many questions we have on chapter 16?
16.
Is it 6 questions?
8 questions.
8
6
questions.
questions. 8 questions. Wow, this is another important chapter. All right.
So, a lot of math also.
Yes, there's some good things here. Remember when I was telling you guys about an investor that has $1 million and wants to get an investment that will give him a 7% return on investment? Today we're going to learn how to do that. Alexandra,
I'm here.
open your heart, okay? Open your heart for money.
Okay.
All right. So, appraisal. We need an appraisal for property, for business, for business that is going out of business, for property that's going to be demolished. We need to have a value for those properties. How do we find out what is the market value, the correct value for a property or a business? So that's why we need an appraisal, okay? Because the appraiser is going to find out the real value for the property or for the business. Now, when we talk about how to appraise a property, we have 3 approaches, okay? Approach number 1 is called sales comparison approach. Sales comparison approach is for residential property, okay? Approach number 2 is the income approach, meaning for all income producing properties. And the third one is for everything else that it's not related to residential or income producing property. The third one is called cost depreciation approach. And I'm going to tell you, the first time I heard cost depreciation approach, I said, wow, man, this is so difficult. But when we learn about cost depreciation approach, you will find out that they could not give a better name for it. That should be the name. And that's the one we're going to start it.
What was the first one? I'm sorry.
Sales comparison approach. The second one is
Income approach.
income approach. And the third one is
Cost depreciation approach.
yes, cost depreciation approach.
Perfect.
There's an A here. Cost depreciation approach. Okay, now if I'm doing appraisal for a residential property, what I'm going to do is I'm going to looking for comparables. Comparables are other properties similar, same neighborhood that were sold recently. That's why it's called sales
CMA.
comparison. No, CMA is not an appraisal. CMA is a CMA. Okay.
Okay.
CMA is
For sales associate.
yes, that's what we do every day. Okay. Now, starting again, when I'm doing an appraisal, not a CMA, appraisal for a residential property, what I use the most recent properties sold on the same neighborhood and similar properties.
Could you please refresh what is CMA?
It's a market analysis, comparable market analysis. Comparable market analysis. It is
It's
not,
in chapter 1. CMA is in chapter 1.
yeah, and this is not a appraisal, okay? Now,
Thank you.
the second one is any income producing properties, like multifamilies, stripping malls. Those are considered to be a income producing properties. So if it's an income producing property, then we use the income approach, meaning we're going to look into the income that the property produce in order to find a value. For residential, we're going to look into all properties that are sold in the same neighborhood, similar property, to find the value. But let's say we need to appraiser a school. Is the school a residential?
Yes.
No.
No, a school no is a residential, but it's in a residential area.
Yes, a school is not a residential property. Then I cannot use sales comparison approach because sales comparison approach is only for residential. Now, is a school an income producing property?
Yes.
No.
It's a no.
No.
No, the business school is producing income, but not the property.
Oh.
Okay? Income producing property, a property that you rent, and then you make money off the rent.
Mm-hmm.
Not a business. Okay? So a school is not a income producing property, it's not residential. So which approach am I going to use? Which one? Anyone? Work with me. You
All the
always work with me.
houses, inspections in the house
No,
too.
it's human. I put it here. It's right here. Cost appreciation approach. Okay? How many approach do we have? You guys are still sleeping today.
No.
Shake your body. You know, move your head around. Get some coffee.
Cost depreciation approach.
We have only 3. Meaning, if it's not a residential and if it's not an income producing property, which one is left?
Cost appreciation.
Cost
approach.
Cost
depreciation
appreciation approach. That's the one we're going to use. Let's say we need to find a value for a church, not for the for sale. Let's say the church needs to do an insurance. So we need to know the value of the building to do an insurance. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And an appraiser needs to go and find out the value of the property. Is a church a residential?
No.
Then I can use sales comparison approach. Is a church an income producing property?
No.
No, it's a business that's producing income, but the business, not the property. So which one I'm going to use?
Cost depreciation approach.
Good. How about a courthouse? Is a courthouse courthouse?
Okay.
Is a courthouse residential?
No.
No.
Is it an income producing property?
No.
No. So then what is the approach I'm going to use?
Cost
Cost
depreciation
appreciation.
approach.
All right. Now let's understand why the name is fantastic. Because for me to value this property, I need to find out how much it will cost. Let me put the first one here. How much it's going to cost me. Thank you very much for being white. How much it's going to cost me to build another school with the same features. Let's say that this is a school, and this school is 7 years old. Okay, and it's a school. Now I'm going to looking for a builder, and the builder is going to tell me how much it's going to cost to build a school exactly like that one. Okay, now he's going to start finding out the value of a land. Now a land, the value doesn't change in the same neighborhood. Doesn't matter what you build on top of it. The value of the land is always a value of a land, right? Okay. So then the appraisal could look into the appraisal for other properties around this school, could be a residential, could be a building, whatever, and find the value of the land for that particular properties that they found. Then they will find out what is the value of the land. Now let's put an example here. Let's say that they found a land and they know the value of the land, and the land value is $80,000. Okay, and then he comes to the school, he looks at the school, he takes all the notes, and then he tells me, Orlando, to build another school exactly like that, it's gonna cost you $320,000. So what will be the value of a new church?
$320,000?
No.
No, more the land. $400,000.
$400,000.
Yes. A new school built on the land will cost a total of $400,000. Now we know the cost. We already learned the first part of the approach, which is find out what is the cost to build another one. What is the second word that comes after cost?
Depreciation.
Okay. Now remember, can I say that my school is worth 400,000?
Yes. Yes.
No, I can't.
No?
400,000 is the price for the new school. My school is 7 years old.
Oh, okay.
Now, this has to be like obvious, okay? A new house, it's always going to cost more than an old house, even if they look exactly the same, right? The new will cost more because it's new. Now, I have a school that is 7 years old. So what do I have to do to get the value of my school?
Depreciation.
I have to depreciate the new school. How many years do I have to depreciate?
7 years.
Yes.
7 years. Now let's understand this. They regulated, this is something that you guys are gonna have to remember, they regulated that a residential property depreciates in 27.5 years. And a non-residential property depreciating 39 years. Okay, now we need to remember, if your question says anything about residential, you're going to use 27.5. If your question says anything about any property that you recognize it's not residential, then you're gonna have to use 39 years. Okay, so what do I do to find the depreciation amount? is to get the value of the property and divide it by either 27.5 or 39. Now, which one I'm gonna use to my school? 27.5 or 39?
39.
39, right? Because it's a school, is not residential, so it's 39. Now, which number, which value I'm going to divide it by 39? I have here, I don't know which number because I'm asking you guys to help me out, and I'm gonna divide that number by 39. Which number I'm going to divide it by 39?
400,000.
4,000.
400,000. Does everybody agree to 400,000? Rafael, what do you think? Rafael, if you're saying something, you're mute. I can't hear.
Sorry, I'm in a very noisy place right now. Sorry.
All right.
I told you 2
Do you-
million.
Huh?
I told you for a school, $2 million.
Why 2 million? We don't have that number.
It's
on the
a
board.
school.
We don't have that number on the board.
No,
No, do you see $2 million written on the screen? You're mute. You're mute.
you
are
told
mute.
you, tell me any number.
Any number that is on the screen.
Ah,
A new school is going to cost me $400,000. I need to
okay.
depreciate the price of a new school to my school to get the value of my school. You guys understand these steps here? Why do I need to depreciate? Because this value here, 400,000, this value here of 400,000 is the value of a new school. Of a school is school. But my school is 7 years old. I cannot say that my school is worth 400,000. So I will need to depreciate my new school 7 years. Now, asking the question again, which number am I going to use to divide it by 39?
400,000.
400,000.
400,000.
Very good. Not 400,000. I'm going to use 320. Why?
20.
Why am I going to use 320?
Because it's just the property, not the land.
The land is indestructible. We don't need to depreciate the property because a land does not depreciate. Right?
Okay.
Land is indestructible. Remember that. Land is indestructible. We never use the land value to calculate depreciation. We're going to have to find what is the land value, subtract it from the total price, and then you're going to have the building value. The building value is the one that you're going to divide either by 27.5 or 39. We agree, everybody agreed, that it's 39 because the school is a non-residential. So then I'm going to 320, and I will divide by 39. And I will find 8,205 and 19. Now, what do I do with that number?
Multiply by 7 years.
Very good. I'll multiply by 7 because my school is 7 years old. And
57.
what do I get? 57 what?
57.43.
No, it has to be 57,000 something else.
57,435.
35.90. Now, guys, tell me, what do I do with this 57,435 and 90 cents?
Subtract from the number.
From which number I will subtract this?
For the 400,000.
400. Yes, very good. Now subtract from the total amount, including the land. So minus 400.
342,564.
42,564.
4 and 10.
$1.10. Now, before I continue, do you understand everything we said here?
Yes.
Okay, there's a few parts here that we need to understand. Number one is memorize the depreciation. 27.5 for residential, 39 for non-residential. And the second thing very important is that land is indestructible, so we don't calculate the land. Okay? We don't use the land value to calculate depreciation because land is, we don't depreciate, it doesn't depreciate.
Okay.
Okay? So now you understand why cost depreciation is the best name for this.
Yes.
Because you have to find the cost to build a new one, and then you have to depreciate a new one, the amount of years that the one you're using. Now, giving an example, I already told you, we use this approach for schools, we use for church, we use for governmental property like courthouses or something like that. But there is one chance that we could use that for a residential property. Now, let's think with me. Open our mind. We don't use cost depreciation approach for residential because we already have one approach that is for residential, which is the sales comparison approach. But there is one situation that I'm gonna be forced to use the cost depreciation approach. Which situation will force me to do that?
Foreclosure?
No.
Huh?
No.
No. Were you gonna resell the property that had been sold once to find out the price
No.
in
I'm
reference?
gonna
No.
still use sales comparison approach. The only way that I'm gonna use cost depreciation approach, if I'm trying to find the value of a house, residential property, in an area that we don't have activities for the past 2 years,
Oh.
then I can't have a comparables because I need to use comparables maximum 1 year. Maximum 1 year. No more than 1 year.
But this is the middle of the way.
What do you mean middle of the way?
Middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
There
in
is
a place
house.
that there is no activities, yes. Nobody was selling any property in that neighborhood. Then they're gonna have to use the cost depreciation approach to find the value of the property. Okay. Other than that, we're gonna use the sales comparison approach. Okay.
Okay.
I want to, use the time that we are here talking about cost depreciation approach and get something that could be in your question. Okay. Let's give an example here. Property purchased for $538,000 with a total closing cost of $25,000, and the land is 18% of the value. Calculate the annual depreciation. Now, there's one part of this question that I didn't mention to you guys, but try to do the calculation. Okay. Property and hold on. There's missing one information. Is missing.
2 years in a row, you say, right?
No. Annual depreciation. Let me put a stripping mall. Oh, no, not stripping mall. Let's see. 5 units property purchased for 538 with a total closing cost of 25. The land is 18% of the value. Calculate the annual depreciation. Give yourself some time to think about it. Rafael, I'm counting on you.
Hey, Arlindo.
Mm.
Sorry, I'm really busy here. There's something going on. Sorry, really sorry.
You're busy with the school.
Sorry, I have a
I don't
issue.
need your body here. I need your mind.
Okay.
You can let your body go anywhere you want, as long as you leave your mind.
Okay. If you need, I can leave. I'm really sorry.
Gabriela, I see nothing of you.
I don't know how to do this account. I'm going to wait for you guys.
No problem.
Is this a residential or commercial?
What do you think? I put it on the question.
Hold on. 5 units property purchase. 5 units looks like residential.
Looks like residential, right? We forgot something that we learned on chapter 1. I know, it was almost a month ago.
Forgot what?
All right, let's go for the first part of the question. You guys remember what consisted a residential property? It's a 4, 4, 10. Right? What is the first 4?
4 units.
4 units or less. What's the second one? Vacant land.
Or vacant land, zoning.
Or
Building.
4 units or less. And 10 is 10
Two of 10 acres or less.
acres or less. So my question says 5 units. Is it a residential?
No.
No, it's not a residential. So then what am I going to use? 27.5 or 39?
39.
Very good. So what is the first number that I'm going to use here?
538,000.
Divided by 39, right?
Yes.
Wrong. First thing is that 531 is the total cost, including the land. That's why I put that the land value is 18%. So I need to reduce 18%.
Okay.
But there is one thing the IRS let us do. It's including the closing cost to my acquisition cost to get my total acquisition cost. So first thing I need to do is find out the total acquisition cost, which is 538 plus 25. How much is that?
563,000.
563, right? You understand? I need to get my total acquisition cost. There will be questions that will tell you the closing cost. And you're going to have to add the closing cost to the purchase price to get your total acquisition cost. Now you're going to multiply that
by 18%.
82%.
82%?
Yeah, because 18 is the land.
Okay.
18 is the land, 82 is the building.
Okay,
So how much is that?
that is true. That is true. Hold on. $461.66.
That's missing something. This have to have 3 digits.
461,060.
And 66.
660.
Hmm?
660.
Now, I'll divide that by 39. What do we have?
11,837.43 cents.
So, the answer for the question is this. Now you
Is
understand
it annual depreciation?
the annual depreciation is 11,837.42 because we have to remember that number one, we need to include the closing cost to get the total acquisition cost. Then we remove the land. Then we divide either by 27.5 or 39. We're good?
Good.
Gonna make another.
So if in the test it has a question like you put now, like
Could you
say
please do
now,
that? I didn't took a picture.
All right. Let's see who's gonna give the answer first.
La puerta que ven. La puerta que ven.
Earlier, I'm back. Can you please repeat the percentage for me? I saw that commercial is 37, 39.
39.
Yeah, I lost it.
Residential
Residential.
is 27.5
Oh,
and
thank you.
non is 39.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
I have 9,240.
Okay. Alexandra has 9,240.
240.
I got 13,104.
13,104.
Yeah, me too.
13?
13,104.
Okay. Claudia, Gabriela, Vyacheslav, Joseph.
I'm doing it.
13,104.
Joseph, your camera.
One moment.
I got 13,104.
All right, first thing we need to do is get the total.
Total cost.
Acquisition cost, which is 444 plus 18,000. That gives me what?
462.
462. Now I multiply that by 78%.
Multiply by?
78%. Why 78, Alexandra?
Because you take out the land, the 22 of the land.
2 is the land. How much is that? How much is 78% of 462?
To me, I made different. I subtract 462 less than 101.64. That is 22%.
What did you do?
I took 22% of the land, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of the price, the total of the 462, and I took out
You
the,
subtract.
yeah.
All right.
My price is 360.
Yes, 360, 360.
So I made correctly.
Yes, and then you divide that.
Then I
by-
divided by 39.
Why 39?
Because you told that no residential. Because it's residential.
It's a house.
Sorry, that's I have the wrong. I made the correct exercise, but I put the wrong percentage.
Yes. Do you know why?
Because I was not paying attention.
Because you did not do this. Read the full question. Okay, so answer is 13,104.
100. Mm-hmm.
13,104.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you.
Good. Now let's take a look at the second one, which is the sales comparison approach.
Uh-huh.
Now, to do the sales comparison approach, we need to learn one thing. Is the CIA CBS. And you need to remember this. Okay? There will be questions that will require you to find the value of a subject property or to find the value of a comp after the adjustment. And to make adjustment, you need to know CIA CBS. And CIA is this. If comp is inferior, you add. If comp is better, you subtract.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If comp is inferior, you add the adjustment. And if the comp is better, you're going to subtract the adjustment.
Uh-huh.
Now remember, we have a subject property. Let's put it here. Subject property. What is the value of the subject property? Who can tell me what is the value of subject property?
The value?
Here, look. We don't know. We don't know. Subject property is the one we're doing the appraisal to find the value. So if we're doing appraisal to find the value, meaning while I don't do the appraisal, the value is unknown. I don't know what the value is. So this is what the appraisal does. He takes 3 properties similar to the subject property on the same neighborhood of the subject property that was sold recently to do the appraisal. So let's look at this first. The subject property has 3
No, baby.
bedrooms, 2 baths, and it has a pool. Okay? Now, we're going to look into this. We have Comp A was sold for $435,800. That's the comps that the appraisal found. Now, Comp B was sold for $410,300. And Comp C was sold for $489,000.
Again,
Ah,
what is comp means?
compatible.
Okay.
Compatible. It's the house they using to compare with the subject. That's why it's called compatible. They always use 3 properties, and they will find the value of the property because the price that the property was sold for is basically market value. Then he's going to use the market value of these 3 houses that was sold and do the adjustments. Now, let's look into this thing here.
Arlene, what do you mean SIA in CBS?
If comp is inferior, you add. If the comp is better, you subtract. Two bedrooms, two bath, garage, and a fireplace. Comp B has, no, let me put it here. 3, Comp B has 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, the garage. Comp C has 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a pool, and a professional landscape. Now, so far, what we have is just the information. So let's see if you all understand that, okay? Subject, the value of subject is unknown. We don't have. That's why we do an appraisal to find the value. Okay?
Okay.
Comp
Okay.
B was sold for 435. Comp B was sold for 410, and Comp C was sold for 489. Now, we at this point here, guys, as I want you to understand, we're just looking into physical characteristics. Okay, we just look into the physical characteristics. There's other things that will influence value, the adjustment, meaning if the house is close to shopping, closer to the school, you know, things like that, that will make the value different. Okay, but we're not looking to those things. We just look into the physical characteristics of the properties. Okay, now the appraiser is gonna look, what is the value of every room, bedroom? What is the value of a bathroom, a half a bath, a pool, garage? And that's simple, okay? That's not required for what we're doing here. I just don't want to bring something and don't explain, right? Because it lets you guys lost. They're gonna look into two properties, similar, and the difference was only a bedroom. So the difference in price is basically the price of the bedroom. Remember, we were giving the example when I was explaining you guys about the principle of contribution. Principle of contribution. Let's say that a property with a pool was sold for $520,000, and another property very similar but without a pool was sold for $500,000. What do we assume?
The pool is 20,000.
Yes, the value of a pool is $20,000. That's how the appraisal is going to get the value of every component, you know, every item. So let's put it in here. Let's say that they tell us that a bedroom is $5,000. Oops. A bathroom is $8,000. A half bath is $3,500. A fireplace is $1,500. A garage is $3,500. A professional landscaping is $4,500, and the pool is $12,000. I believe I listed everything, right?
Right.
Now, why do we use CIA CBS? Because I cannot make any adjustment on the subject property. And this is one thing that could be on your test. And I want you to learn and understand. We don't make adjustment on the subject properties. Now, why is that? Because it's so obvious that you guys will never forget it. How can I subtract or add any number to an unknown number? Remember, the subject property has no value. How can I add or subtract a number from an unknown number? I can't. So we never make adjustments on the subject. We always make adjustments on the comps. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me push this to here. It will be better to make a calculation. Okay, all the adjustments are made on the comps. Now, we're gonna look at one by one. The questions that you might find in your test could be two different questions. We're going to look into the first one. Okay, now we look at the comp and then we compare to the subject. The idea is to make the comp look like the subject. So we have a value. Now, how many bedrooms do you have on comp A?
3.
How many you have on the subject?
3.
Do we have to make an adjustment?
No.
No, because it's the same. How many bathrooms on the comp?
2.
How many on the subject?
2.
Do we have to make an adjustment?
No.
No. How many half bathrooms do we have on the comp?
One.
Medio.
One, right? And
One.
how many we have on the subject?
None.
Then comp is better or inferior?
Better.
So what do? I add or subtract?
You subtract.
Very good. How much?
The
Minus
3,500.
3,500.
why 3,500?
Because that's the value of the bathroom, half bathroom. It's right here. Look at the list here.
Ah, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
the value of everything is here.
Okay.
Now we look into the second part, which is the garage. Now, a company has a garage. Subject doesn't. Is the company better or inferior?
Better.
If it's better, what do?
You subtract the value of the
Subtract.
garage.
Yes, which is
The garage is 3,500.
3,500. Now, company has a fireplace. Does the subject has a fireplace?
No.
Then what do?
Subtract the fireplace 1,500. What is fireplace? It's like churrasqueira?
No,
Lareira.
lareira.
Ah, lareira. Fireplace.
Now, there's one thing missing. Who can tell me what is missing?
Pool. The
The
subject
has a pool, and the comp doesn't.
Does
So is the comp better or inferior?
inferior in this matter.
So what do? Huh? What do? I
You
add or
add the
subtract?
price.
Add. How much is the pool?
12.
$12,000. Good. Now I'm going to find the value of comp A after the adjustment. So you're going to subtract 3,500, 3,500, 1,500, and then you're going to add 12,000. What do we get? Anyone get a calculator?
I have a worksheet today, even better.
That's good. Got an Excel with you.
I use Google Sheets, and I love it.
How much?
439 and 300.
And 300.
Very good. Now, look into the first question that they might ask you, okay? What is the value of comp A after the adjustment? If that is your question, you don't need to do anything on comp B or comp C. You just need to do the comp A and you find the answer, you're done with the question.
Okay.
Understand? If the question is, what is the value of comp A after the adjustment, 439, you're done. Oh, it's missing a 300 here.
After the adjustment.
Yes, because before the adjustment is the sold price, 435,800, right?
Uh-huh.
After you make the adjustments, then you find 439,300.
Uh-huh.
Okay? That's one question that you might find. What is the value of a comp after the adjustments? You just do the adjustments and you find the value.
Okay.
But if the question is, what is the value of the subject property, then you have to do all of them.
All the three.
Yes. If
What
the
is a
question,
what?
if the question is, what is the value of the subject property, then you need to do all of them.
And then make a comparison, I suppose.
You
Or
have to
not.
do the adjustment on all the comps.
Okay.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to solve both questions. We already solved the question number 1. Now we're
Okay.
going to solve the question number 2. And the process, guys, is exactly the same. If comp is inferior, you subtract. If the comp is better, you add. You subtract. Comp is inferior, add. Comp better, subtract. All right, now let's look into comp B. Comp B has 2 bedrooms and subject has 3. Is comp B better or inferior?
Inferior.
If it's inferior, what do we do?
Minus 5,000.
No, add.
Add. If
Add.
it's inferior, you add. How much?
5,000.
Add
4,000.
5,000.
5,000. Good. Now, comp B has 2 bathrooms and subject has 2 bathrooms. They're equal. You do nothing. Right?
Yes.
Now,
No adjustment.
comp B has a garage and subject doesn't. That makes comp B better. What do we do?
Subtract 3,500.
It's missing the pool, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, subject has a pool, comp doesn't.
Yeah.
Comp is what? Inferior or better?
That's, it's inferior.
Add
What do we do?
12,000. Add 12,000.
We add
12,000.
12,000. Now, what we have to do is get the value of comp B after the adjustment. What is it?
423,800.
Is that true? Everybody agree to that?
423 and 800. Yes.
23.
23.
23, yes.
All right. Very,
800.
oops.
Huh?
Okay. Now
Okay.
go to comp C. Let's make adjustment on comp C.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to make this smaller. Professional landscaping. Okay. Now, comp C has 4 bedrooms and the subject has 3. Is comp B inferior or better?
Better. No. Better. Comp C is better.
Yes, good. If it's better, what do we do?
Minus 5,000.
It really does. Yeah. Subtract.
Okay, now, comp C has 3 bathrooms and the subject has 2. Comp B is better. What do we do?
Minus 8,000.
Pool. What do we do with the pool?
Leave
Nothing.
it like that.
Nothing.
Everything.
Right? We don't do anything.
Yeah.
Now, comp C has professional landscaping and the subject doesn't. So comp B is better. What do we do?
Minus 4,500.
Good.
$4,071,500.
How much?
471,500.
Exactly.
471,000.
471,500. Now
Exactly.
we have the value of all comps after the adjustment. Now, there's one thing that I need you guys to remember. We don't do average.
No.
Okay? No, we don't do average. We're not gonna add and divide it by 3. That's not how you find the subject property. There's one thing that the appraisal does or give, which is a weight. Oops, sorry. Weight. Thank you. Sometimes we say in one way, and it's a different way. For each comp. Now, don't ask me how they do it. I just want you to understand what you're going to do with the weight, because the weight will be on your question. Okay? Nobody's going to ask you what is the weight. No, the weight will be in the question. What a weight is this. An appraiser is going to look into comp A and they say, you know what? Comp A is newer than the subject. And I'm going to give 45% to comp A. Comp B was sold 8 months ago and it's a little bit older, so I'm going to give 25,000, 25%. And comp C, for whatever reason that the appraisal finds, they will give 6, 70, 30%. Okay? We do not argue with the percentage that the appraisal gave to each comp. That's what he does. He believes that from the whole price, I think the comp A is a better comp. I'll give it 45%. So if we add all the percentages, you're gonna get the 100, right? And they give it each percentage. So what do we have to do in this case now is to calculate. Now, each one of you get one number and do the math and give me the result.
It's for divided, right?
Mm-hmm.
We needed to divide the number.
Every time you need to find a percentage, you need to multiply. Who has comp A?
Me.
Tell me.
Okay, 197,685.
All right.
Yes.
Who has comp B?
Yeah, I have it.
Huh?
I have it.
Tell me.
105,000.
105?
Yeah. 950.
All right. Who has comp C?
I do.
How much?
141,450.
450. Now, guys, there's only one thing to do here, which is
Add them up.
add those 3 numbers.
Mm-hmm.
What do you come up with?
$445,085.
445 and 85.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the value of the subject property. 445 and 85. So what did you do to get to this number? Number one, you collect all the information. All this information is going to be in your question. Okay? If the question is, what is the value of the subject property? So all this information is going to be there. Okay? So you're just going to have to apply all the adjustments for each comps. After you apply the adjustment for each comps and you find the value after the adjustment, then you look back into the questions and you find the weight for each comp. The weight will be on a question. And then you apply the percentage that is reference to each comp. And then when you find the individual numbers, you just add, and then you get the subject property.
Aliás,
Yes.
a question. In this example, comp C, for example, if the property has 5 bedrooms, you're gonna subtract 10,000, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Who
Now,
invented this equation? Who invented this?
who invented this should die.
Cruz credo.
But it's simple. You're going to have to come up with a number. How are you going to come up with a number? Now, when I'm in class it's more fun to do this. I always call 4 students in the front, and I make 1 student the subject property. The other 3, I make them the comps, and it's more fun. But, and I also say this, Alexandra, look at me. If I have to make myself look like you, what is the first thing I have to do?
Look like me?
Yes.
Add hair.
I'm going to have to let my hair grow, right? I'm going to add hair because I don't have the same hair that you do.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to shave.
I'm going to have to take my beard off. So I'm adding hair and I'm subtracting my beard. The idea is to make me, which I'm a comp, look like you. And let's not go any further because we don't need to, right? I'm not going to. But
we don't need to, and we don't want to.
Correct. Now you get the idea. The idea is to make the comp, which is me, look like the subject, which is you. And the only way to do that is removing from me what you don't have and adding to me what you have. And that is with the numbers. And all this information will be in your question. You don't have to find out. The only thing you have to find out is how to apply the CIA-CBS. Don't ever forget the CIA-CBS, because you need to know if you're going to add or if you're going to subtract. Because if you don't know, you're going to end up adding something that you were supposed to subtract, and you're going to end up subtracting something that you should to add. Okay?
So we could say that cos inferior is adding and cos better subtracting.
No. There's no cost. It's comp. Comp inferior, you add. And if the comp is better, you subtract. Okay?
Arlindo,
yes.
my question, this is an appraisal that we cannot do, right?
We can if it's less than 250. If it's not for a bank, we can. But do you think I'm going to do it for $500?
Okay, for real life question, where do these values would come from? Like a bedroom is 5K.
Oh, I told you. He's going to look into 2 properties that were sold that are very similar, and they see that the difference on the value between both properties will be whatever one has more than the other. The same example I gave you with the pool. One house with a pool was sold for $520, and a house without a pool, very similar, was sold for $500. So then we assume that the pool is $20,000.
So if we are doing this in real life, we would have to find these properties and get the values.
Yes, and a lot more than just comparing physical characteristics. You're going to have to also to compare location.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot more to do. That's why for $500, I'm not going to do it. Never. I don't care. Not going to do it. Oh, you're allowed to. Yes. It says, tudo me alisto, mas nem tudo me convém.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now let's make some changes. I want you guys to do it yourself. Okay, the first one we did it together. Now the second one, I'm gonna throw the numbers and you guys are gonna do it yourself. Okay, be ready. All right, the value of everything remains the same.
Arlindo,
Oi,
Arlindo,
oi.
these 35%, 35 and 30%, we divide of the total or we multiply?
You always multiply.
Multiply, okay.
E Alexandra,
Huh?
é uma média ponderada que chama. Você já
And then
conhece?
we add, right, to the
Yeah.
total. Right?
Yes.
Ya la hice. I did already.
All right. Hold on.
Me too.
All right, Claudia.
Right or not, I'm ready. Caraca, se eu acertar isso aqui, eu sou um gênio.
You're gonna realize that you love math. Claudia,
Yes.
first you answer, Claudia. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna do it here. I think he's better.
Okay.
Claudia, first answer.
Value of the comp B after the adjustment. Okay, the comp B is gonna be 292,500.
Okay, what is the value of the subject property?
And the subject property is gonna be 258,945.
Okay. Alexa.
The camp A or B?
B.
The camp B, I have, after multiply for 35%, I have
No.
four.
Look at the question. Read the question. What is the value of comp B after the adjustment?
303,000.
Okay, what is the value of the subject property?
The value of the subject property is after to multiply by 35%, right?
You add all three.
All three?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Who else has an answer?
I got here
For comp B.
for comp B 295,500.
Okay, hold on. 295? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And for the subject property?
259,120.
259, 128.
120.
Okay. Gabriel.
Gabriela ou Gabriel?
You didn't get used to that yet, right? All right, Guilherme, what do you have?
I have for the first question 286,000. 86.
Huh?
286.
286.
Mm-hmm.
And what? 000?
Yes.
And the subject property?
258 and 420. 420.
Okay. Did you get yours, Alessandro?
Arlindo, sorry. I read the wrong line. I told you the original comp B, yeah. It's 29300. Sorry.
Nothing matched with my numbers.
Yeah, that's the good part.
Yeah. So what is the value for the subject, Alexandra?
I don't know. Nothing matched with my numbers. Look.
But you're looking to everybody else's number. Look at your number. I want to know your number. Vyacheslav.
To know what is the price of the subject, we need to add all. How?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You apply the
To me,
percentages.
1,047,000.
But you have to apply the weight, the percentage that I put here. See, 35%, 35%, 30%.
But you told me to multiply.
Yeah,
Right.
you multiply by 35%.
Uh-huh.
And then after you find the number, you add.
Add all three numbers.
All three numbers. After you apply the percentage, not before.
Yeah.
Vyacheslav, number.
229,570.
That's for comp B, right?
Yes.
What is the value for the subject?
20,059 hundred 1,470. Yes, correct.
Gabriela, do you have any number?
I have the answer for the first one, but I'm still working on the second.
What is the first one?
I got 308,500.
Joseph.
-8.
I'm still working on it.
What happened to your camera, Joseph? I don't see you.
I'm here.
Still don't see it.
You don't see it?
Now I see it.
Yeah.
I see. I can see.
Did you find your number, Alexandra?
No. It's too confusing. I'm going to wait for you.
Okay.
Let's do step by step.
Gabriela, do you have the number?
1 second, I'm finishing up Comp C.
Alexa, did you take your 303 and multiply by 35%?
It's 419,050.
No, it can be. It has to be a lot.
Gotta be 100, something like
Hold
that.
on. 303,000, right?
Yeah.
Multiply by 35% is 106 and 050.
Yeah, that's it. Then you gotta do the same for the other two.
Oh, hold on. Now I can add both all trees, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got 264,945.
Say it again. 2.
Hold on, let me pull it. 264,945.
945.
Arlindo, I give you the wrong number.
We all did.
No, I re-added because it was wrong for me, no sé for which reason. And I found out that it's not right.
I
Right.
have a number.
What, Alexa?
199.845. 199,084,500.
Cool.
Yeah, exactly. 199. Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's do it. Okay, so we started with Comp A. Comp A has 3 bedrooms and subject has 2. Is Comp A better or inferior?
Better.
So what do we do?
Minus 5,000.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Bye.
Okay, now Comp A has 2 bathrooms. How many bathrooms does Comp A has? By subject has?
2.
2. What do we do? Nothing, right?
Nothing.
Okay, Comp A has half bathroom and the subject also has half bathroom. We do nothing, right? Now, Comp A doesn't have a pool, the subject does. So Comp A is inferior, right? So what do we do?
Add to 12,000.
Plus
12,000.
Now, 237, 234 plus 7 will be 241, right?
Plus 7?
Yeah.
With 7.
Well, 5 minus 12 is 7. Then I subtract by 7.
Okay.
All right, take 4 there, it will be 220.
241.
241.
Oh, yeah.
Do you need anything?
241.
Do you need anything?
200.
Right.
Okay, now, Comp B has 4 bedrooms and subject has 2. So Comp is better, right? So what do we do? Subtract or add?
Subtract.
How much?
10,000.
10,000. Sorry, 10,000.
10,000. Now, Comp B has 3 bathrooms and subject has 2. So Comp B is better. So what do we do?
Minus 8,000.
Minus 3,500.
No, minus 8.
8,000.
Minus 3. No.
No, 8,000.
Yeah, 8,000. Correct.
Oh my gosh, that is wrong. I'm confused.
Now, subject has half bathroom and Comp B doesn't. So Comp B is
Inferior.
inferior. So what do we do?
Yeah.
Guys, if you have a TV on, please turn it off or mute, because we can't hear each other with the TV in the back. Thank you. So how much for the half bathroom?
3,500.
Minus or plus? Plus 3,500. Also, the subject has a pool and the Comp doesn't. So what do we do? Add or subtract?
Plus 12,000.
Minus 12,000.
Plus. Comp is inferior. If the Comp is inferior, you add.
Okay.
That's kind of confusing though, because when you think inferior, you think less than. So therefore, you're tempted to put the negative.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if it's inferior, you're going to have to make it better, right?
Yes.
So CIA, CBS, 12,000. So how much will be the total.
293.
Huh?
293,000.
293,000.
293,000.
Mm-hmm.
So let me get in here.
That's with my euro.
Error. You're a mistake.
Error.
295,500 minus 10 minus 8 plus 15,500. 293,000. Good. Now we're going to do comp C. Comp C has 3 bedroom and subject has 2. So comp B is better. If it's better, what do we do?
Minus 5,000.
Yeah, we have to take it out.
Mm-hmm.
To balance.
So comp C has 2.5 and subject has 2.5. What do we do here?
Nothing.
Leave it the same.
Nothing. Comp C has a pool and the subject also has a pool. So what do we do here?
Nothing.
Nothing. So comp C has a landscape and subject doesn't. So comp B is better. What do we do?
Minus 4,500.
4,500. So then we're gonna have to subtract 9,500. So it will be 249,500, right?
Uh-huh.
No.
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 240,500.
Yes.
Yes. Now we got it. Now it's telling me that comp A is 35%. So I'll calculate 35% of 241. 241, 200 times 35%. How much is that?
84,420.
Now, comp C, it's also 35% over 293. That will be 102.
102, 50.
550.
550.
And 240,500, 30%.
7,250.
150. Now what we have to do is add those 3 numbers. What do we have?
259, 120.
259, 120.
120.
Which is the value of the subject property. Let's see who got it right. 259, 120. Now let's see here.
No one.
The value of comp B after the adjustment is 102,550. No, 203,000. Who got out 203,000? Rafael. Rafael had 223. Nobody else. Now, the value of subject property is 259 and 120. Let's see who got 259 and 120. Rafael again. Rafael, you got a candy today.
Yeah, Halloween is close. I gotta be prepared.
Yeah, you gotta be prepared. And this is more like a question that you're gonna have in your state exam. Okay, we good?
Mr. Arlinda, I have questions. What different comparable B, 3 bathroom and 2 bathroom plus 1 / 2 bathroom? Different 8,000 or 3,900 or 500? What
Honestly,
different? 3 bathroom and 2 bathroom plus 1 / bathroom. 8,000 or 3,500?
okay,
What different?
honestly, I didn't get your question. Comp B has 4 bedrooms, okay?
Yes.
And
Yes.
3 bathrooms.
3 bathroom.
Comp B has 1 bathroom more than the subject. Then I will
Bathroom.
subtract, yeah, 1 bathroom more. This is 3 and this is 2.
2 plus 1 / bathroom.
Huh?
2 plus 1 divide 2 bathroom.
No, it's 2.5. 2 bathroom and 1/2 bathroom.
Oh.
Okay? It's a 2 bathroom and 1/2 bathroom. Okay? Half bathroom is that bathroom that doesn't have a shower. It's only the vanity and the toilet. That's the half bathroom. Okay? So 3 and they have half. He's 2.5. So the half, we don't do anything on the half.
I'm not see 1 divide 2
Yeah, no.
bathroom and minus only 3,500.
No, he's right.
I make mistake. I
No,
understand.
you didn't make a mistake. That's right. We
Yes,
shouldn't
yes, I
put
understand.
3,500 here. Because both has half bathroom. We shouldn't put anything in here.
The original was 3 bedroom only.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Sorry. You're right. Yeah, I wrote that thing down. Now you got it right, Vyacheslav?
Okay.
All right, guys, let's take a break. Half an hour, mini 48. We're back. Okay?
Okay. See you.
Hello.
Hello.
Are we guys back?
I am here.
You are. I'm seeing you typing
Finishing
on a
some
computer very fast.
booking booking with my client. Done. Done. Too much work. Na verdade, eu quero. Novembro 6.
Você sabe o que você quer ou você não sabe o que você quer?
Não, eu quero. Eu já botei um prazo para me aposentar do direito, entendeu?
Isso é bom.
Já botei um prazo e aí o real estate vai me dar uma grana e eu vou botar na bolsa e vou ficar só fazendo. Deixa eu puxar aqui. Eu vou ficar fazendo só mercado financeiro, entendeu? Não tem chatice.
Good.
Tem perigo, mas não tem chatice. É um perigo.
Claudinha, câmera. I need to see you, Claudinha. I miss you. All right, guys. The next one that we were supposed to see was the income approach. But instead of writing it down on my presentation, the presentation for the book, presentation for the course, I decided to use this presentation that I made to my agents so you can see how important this subject is for the business, not only for your class, and I'm going to show you that you're going to have questions about this, but a lot more for your real life. I had many agents that they're working with investors and they come and ask me, Orlando, where I'm going to find the properties? How do I calculate the capitalization rates, the cap rate? And I created this presentation for them. I'm not going to show you the whole presentation because I don't want to confuse anybody. And it's not part of the questions that you're going to have. But the majority that we need, we're going to see it. Okay? Now, when we work with the investors and the investor comes to us with the question, look, I have $1 million. I wanted to invest and I want a 7% return on investment. One of the best properties for that type of investor is multifamily. You can get a multifamily, whatever number of units, 5 units, 4 units, 8 units. I sold one for an investor in New York that he had a building, small building. It was one store on the first floor and 3 apartments on the second floor in Long Island. He bought this property about 18 years ago. They're going back 2 years. 18 years ago for $150,000. Wow. And he spent about $50,000 in renovations. And 18 years later, he sold it for $1 million.
Wow.
Now,
big trade. Big trade.
Big trade, yeah. Now, they called me and look what, I was working with her for a while because she was depending on the closing of that property to buy another one. But she told me this, Orlando, this is my retirement plan. We didn't save any money throughout our lives. What we have is this building. And what I want to do is that I want to sell my house, move to Florida, and I want to sell this building and buy a multifamily and leave out of the rent. That's going to be our retirement plan. Now, you look into the responsibility that this person is putting in an agent hands. Every money that they have that they were ever able to save, which is not even saved, they got their money only with the appreciation of the property, and they are trusting in one person that will do the right thing to find them the right investment that suits their needs. And that's why we need to learn. And it's not only about the money that you're making, but it's about service. And I always tell my agents is that the reason of our service should not be the commission we make. It should be the service that we are providing. Commission is a consequence, not the main goal. Because when you provide the best service, then we have something that is better than anything else. It's word of mouth. People will talk good about you. You know, and the consequence of this will be commission, money, right? So that's why we need to understand how this thing is, not only to pass the exam, but to provide the best service for our clients, and in consequence, we get some money. Okay, so we look into a multifamily. This is one multifamily. Let's assume that this multifamily has A units, and all A units are rented for $1,000 each. The majority of the information that we need to do the calculation will be on the advertising. The seller might be advertising, or the seller might have an agent, and the agent was responsible to collect all the information to provide it to us that are representing investors, potential buyers. So that's the first information that they will provide. It's A units, and every unit is rented for $1,000. Now let's look into the names. Now, before we get confused about math, how we're going to put this thing in order, I wanted to point out how simple this is. Let's say you want to buy a car 5 months from now, and you need $5,000 to buy the car 10 months from now. So meaning you have to save $500 every month. So in 10 months, you have 5,000. That's simple. It has nothing to do with real estate. It has nothing to do with math or anything. Now, my question to you is this. Can you sit down with a piece of paper and a calculator and put it down all your income and all your expenses and find out how much is left?
Yes.
Is this a rocket science?
No.
Are we really learning something new here?
No.
No, because the only thing we're going to do here is to list all the incomes, list all the expenses, and find out what is left. Good? Now, for everything we have a name. That comes the complicated part, but it's not complicated all the way to the end. Once you know what those names represent, it will be easier for you to remember in the future. The first one we're going to see is PGI. What is PGI? PGI is my potential gross income. Okay? Potential gross income means what is the total rent that I can collect, right? So starting writing it down, grab a piece of paper, 2 pieces of papers. One, you're going to write down the meaning of each words that I'm going to put it there. And the other one is to do exactly what's going to show on the screen, okay, to do the calculation. So we're going to put this in order. After that comes vacancy. We all calculate vacancy. Why do we calculate vacancy? Because I'm calculating my annual income based on the rent. But there is a possibility that a tenant may move out and I may not be able to rent it right away. It might take me 1 month or 2 months to rent it, right?
Or more. And
that means I will not receiving any money during those months that I'm looking for a tenant. In our interest, by default, that's something that you're going to have to remember. We always use 5% from the gross income. Okay? We leave 5% for vacancy during our calculation. Next come other income. Other income. Now let's look at this real quickly. In a multifamily, what could be my other income?
Other income.
Other type of income. Remember that the main income is from rent.
Mhm.
What could be other source of income on a multifamily?
Vacation.
No.
Can you rent parking spaces?
Yes,
Garages?
could be renting parking space, which is not
laundry.
renting the property itself. You're renting parking space. It could be another source of income. What else?
Laundry.
Laundry. Very good. Laundry. You put a laundry machine there with the coins. You know, people go and put 5 coins to wash and 5 coins to dry.
Right.
That's an income. You know, imagine that every day one tenant goes and wash the clothes after 52 weeks. You multiply that by 7, so you're gonna have a good income. What else?
Renting party spaces, maybe?
No, because it's only apartments. You don't have an empty room to rent it.
For
But if
parties,
there was, it could be.
party room, if you had.
Yeah.
Instead of
For
renting,
More
parties.
like a constant income.
Yeah.
Huh? What did you say, Gabriela?
I was gonna ask, instead of renting the apartments, what if they rent rooms in the apartments, like student housing rents out the rooms rather than the apartment itself?
Yeah, but that would be based on the rent.
Okay.
Advertising.
Advertising what and where?
On the wall of the place.
Yeah. Let's assume that this property is in a very busy corner. They can rent part of the land for them to put a billboard.
A billboard outdoor.
Right? Another source of income is a vending machine.
Oh yeah.
Vending machine. They can have it there. Gabriela, on a multifamily, you can use it for Airbnb if it's close to the beach. Instead of renting per year, you rent per day. You can also rent a room. I had one client that he opened up a business to work with those, what is it called? It's
Recovery?
Bed and breakfast.
no, it's
Recovery? Addiction recovery?
yeah, recovery. Yeah, I was looking for a different name.
Rehab?
Rehab. Thank you. A rehab. So these people goes to the clinic for 6 months or 8 months. And after they leave the clinic, they can't go back to their houses because they will go back to their environment.
Mm-hmm.
So then the government paid for them to stay in a facility. And this guy had a house with 5 bedrooms, and each bedroom he had 3 beds and rented for $175 a week. A bed, per bed. So he had 15 beds in a house.
Wow.
All of them rented for $175 a week. So it's a good also source of income, but it's not other income. It's the main source of income, right? Now, let's go back to our map, okay? So other income, we already know what could be. Now we're going to have my effective gross income. Now, meaning, after I subtract the vacancy and after I add other income, I will have my effective gross income. That's my real income, okay? Effective gross income means this is my real income. Now that I have my effective gross income, I need to list my expenses. And the expenses is divided into 2 expenses, fixed and variable. Fixed are expenses that we have every year, every month, the same. And variable are expenses that we don't have the exactly amount. It could vary. Give me an example of a fixed expenses.
Energy bill.
That can be fixed because that's based on the usage.
Landscape.
Landscape, also based on use.
Rent.
How about property taxes? How about property taxes and insurance?
Yes, property tax and insurance is fixed.
Fixed. Now we're gonna list the
HOA.
variable.
HOA.
No, they don't have HOA because they own the entire building. It's their building.
Oh, yeah.
Now, variable, we can use utilities, right? Water,
Uh-huh.
trash, electricity, whatever comes. And we also use reserves. Reserves is money that you put aside for future expenses. Let's say you call an inspector, and the inspector come and look at your roof, and they say, look, your roof is good for now, but in 5 years, you're gonna have to replace the roof. It's gonna cost you $25,000. So instead of doing nothing for 5 years, and in 5 years from now, they need to come up with $25,000, why not put $5,000 aside every year? So after 5 years, they will have the $25,000 to fix the roof.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the reserves are for. Okay, so then we have the operating expenses. Okay, we add all the expenses, and when we add all the expenses, we have the operating expense. We subtract the operating expense from my potential gross income, and I'm gonna have my NOI, which is the net operating income. Okay, it's my net líquido. Okay, net operating income. Now, you understand that this is not a rocket science. This is the same thing that you would do. You would put all your income. Let's say that you work cleaning pools. So you know that you have 2 houses every day, and you do 5 weeks. So you're gonna have 10 pools per week. But sometimes someone can call you and say, no, don't come this week. Then you're gonna have to calculate your vacancy, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you have other income. When they call you, they say, well, I want you to put a different liquid in my water, or the pool is green and you need to do like a better cleaning. So you're gonna charge more because of the situation on the pool, right? Then you're gonna list your expenses. Of course, it's not gonna be property taxes, but you have to spend money with your car. Maybe you pay financing for your car. You have to pay insurance. You have to pay gas, and you need to put the money aside because if the car breaks down, you need it to fix it. Right? It's the same thing with just a different name. But this is exactly what we're doing. Yes.
What it means OE and NOI.
Operating expense, net operating income.
What do you say? NOI?
Net operating income.
Thank you.
Now we're gonna plug the numbers. Okay, we're gonna plug the numbers. Now remember, we have 8 units, and every unit is rented for $1,000. And this calculation is annual. So first I need to calculate monthly and then multiply by 12. I know that my monthly income is $8,000. $8,000 times 12 will be 96, right? So that's my 96,000. Now I'm going to calculate 5% of 96,000. Where is my calculator? Rafael, 5% of 96,000.
That'll be 4,800.
4,800, and we subtracted that. Okay? Now, other income. We listed the other income. Now, remember one thing. All this information will be on the listing, on the advertising that the seller or the agent is doing. And whatever they say, I'm going to put it here. And I'm going to talk to you a little bit about could they be lying or not, and what do we do about it. All right, let's say that they say that the other income total $5,000 a year. Now I'm going to get my 96, subtract by for 4,800 and add 5,000. My calculator, what is the total?
Oh, I lost that. Just a minute.
La 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 ya la la ya. La 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 ya la la ya.
96,000.
You change your background, huh? You discover something new, huh?
I discovered something new.
You discovered. That's how I have this in my background.
Yeah.
You know, I got it
Awesome.
right here. Easy Way School of Real Estate, and I have a nice picture over here. This is not my real background.
Yeah.
Okay, now the rest of the information is also on the listing. So let's say that they say the property tax is 8,500, the insurance is 3,500, all the variables are $4,000, and the reserves is $5,000. We add all those numbers together. I see he's already doing it. I'm trusting you, Rafael. Don't let me down.
You have it ready.
You are my calculator.
Hi, Rafael. We need you.
Rafael is in a pickle.
Now be prepared because Saturday everybody will be a teacher.
75,200.
No, 21,000.
No. Okay, it's just the, okay. I was adding to the.
Just the operating expense.
Oh, sorry about that. I was ahead. Yeah.
And now we subtract my expenses from my effective gross income to get my net. The net is 75,200. Now, going back to my example, my investor told me that he wants to invest $1 million and he wants around 7% return of investment. If I tell him that the net operating is $75,000, does that answer his question? You want 7% from $1 million. Does that answer his question? No.
Yeah.
Because
No.
I'm giving him a dollar amount and I need to give him a percentage. Now I need to calculate the percentage. This property here that I found, that we saw on the slides before, is listed for $950,000. So the guy wants to sell the property for $950,000. If we pay full price for that property, knowing that the net operating income is $75,000, what is the percentage of this investment? There is a formula that I want you guys to remember. This is also to memorize. This is the formula. I over RV, where I is income, R is rate, and V is value. Okay? I is income. What is my income? Anybody, anyone, tell me, what is my income?
9,600.
No, my income is 75,200.
Net income. Okay.
Yes, this income here is referred to my net. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what is the rate? I don't know. What is value?
950,000.
950,000. So the only thing I need to do is plug the numbers on my formula. I'm always going to have two numbers. Out of three, I'm going to have two numbers. So depends on what I have, I'm going to either divide or multiply. If I have value and rate, I will multiply. If I have income and rate, I will divide it. If I have income and value, I will divide it. Right? Because that's how the formula shows. I divide by rate or divided by value. Depends on what I have. Good? In that case, I have income of 75 that I will divide by value, which is 950. That's going to give me 7.91%. Now, do I have the whole information I need to give to my investor?
Yes.
Yes, I do. Okay? Now, take a picture of this. I'm gonna put an exercise for you guys on another slide, and you are going to do yourself. Okay? Any questions so far? What is the part of what we saw here that you didn't get it? Alexa, you're having fun with your background. Anybody has any questions?
I was mute.
Could
No,
you-
no question.
Claudia, talk to me.
Could you please repeat the formula?
It's here, I over RV. You just
Okay.
plug in the numbers. Example. Let me get my mouse here that always disappear on me. I is my income, and my income is 75,200. I don't know my R.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the R. And I know that the value is 950. So according to the formula, I is over V, then I have to divide it. So when you take 75,200 and divide it by 950, you got 7.91%.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Everybody got it?
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Just to keep you curious about it, that's what comes next. But I'm not going to show you. Look, financing, calculating all of these things here.
Arlindo,
Really
do we
want to
need to
provide
calculate this to
amazing-
sell a house?
Oi?
Do we need to calculate all the financial depreciation income tax to sell a house?
No, not a house. If you work with an investor and you want the investor to come back to you, you want to provide all the information for him. You wanted to show him what is the before tax cash flow. You wanted to show him what is the after taxes cash flow. Right? So then you need to know how to do all of those things. But guess what? You already know how to do the depreciation. Look into the depreciation. We have the purchase price, we have the acquisition cost, and we have the total acquisition cost. The building ratio is 80%, meaning the building value is 78. And this is a multifamily with 8 units, means this is a non-residential. So non-residential is 39. When you get 780 divided by 39, you have 20,000 a year.
Isso era modelo financeiro?
Pode-se dizer que sim. Se você vai sentar com o seu investidor e ele quiser saber todas essas outras coisas, in general, all the investors I work with, they didn't ask me about that. But I sit down with them and I showed it, just to show off.
Yeah. You show
Why?
off.
Why show off?
Because you impress.
To gain trust.
Yes, this guy knows a lot. He knows even more than I do. I'm going to trust him with my money. That's what I want.
Yeah.
And an investor, now, I'm going to tell you one thing that's very true. Birds of the same feather flocks together.
Huh?
Birds of the same feather flocks together. Gabriela, traduz aí para mim.
Birds of a feather flock together, basicamente está dizendo que, tipo, se uma pessoa é de um jeito, as pessoas ao redor da pessoa são do mesmo jeito. Você atrai aquilo que você é. Entendeu?
Eu não sei como é que é a expressão em português.
Não tem.
But if we're going to translate it.
Eu não sei se tem em português.
I don't know.
Mas eu falo demais isso em inglês.
Os iguais com seus iguais, não é?
Isso. É como se diz assim, ó. Aves de mesma pena voam juntas.
Sim.
You know, birds of the same feather flocks together. Meaning, if I'm working with an investor that has $1 million, his friends also has $1 million to invest. So if I impress him, he's gonna tell, and these people are gonna call me. So the more that I know, the better. Right?
Yeah. Right.
Now, let's go back here. we still didn't pass any slides on chapter 16. How amazing is that?
Super.
Now, I will give you the information you need, okay? Information you need is 4 units rented for $1,200. 4 units rented for $1,500. Vacancy is always 5%. Other income is $5,000. Property taxes is $18,000. The insurance is $6,000. Variable is $5,000. Reserves are $4,000. I'm going to do something here on purpose. ADS. What is ADS? ADS, it's same as the mortgage. Annual debt service. That's what ADS stands for. Annual debt service. It's same thing as mortgage. And this is what I wanted to point out with you because they will use tricky questions. I don't need a mortgage to operate a multifamily. The only reason why I get a mortgage is because I don't have money to pay cash. That's the only reason why I have mortgage. I don't need mortgage to operate my multifamily. And what we are calculating is the operating expenses and the operating income. Anything that is related to operation and mortgage is not necessary to operate a multifamily. Is that clear?
It is.
Now I'm gonna put it here that is $28,000, but you already know you're not gonna use it. This is just a distraction, and I'm gonna put it in here so you start learning about what type of distractions can they put it on your question. Another thing is depreciation. It could be another distraction. Do I need depreciation to operate a multifamily? No, I don't need depreciation to operate a multifamily. So this is another distraction that could be in your test. You're not going to consider that number. Okay, now let's see what's missing. Reserves, I got reserves, I got everything. Now, the rate is 7.5%. Question is, what is the value? You got 5 minutes.
Okay, just one more question. What is stand for ADS?
Annual debt service.
The income is OI income.
No, OI is other income.
What is income?
Remember that I told you when I was putting those names for you guys to write it, what it means? That's why I'm not writing the name. I'm just putting the acronyms.
Okay, but where we don't know the income, we just know the.
Well, you're gonna have to calculate the same way I did on the example before. I'm giving you all the information you need to give me to answer the question.
Okay.
Everything you need to know is there. You just need to plug in the numbers and give me the answer.
Sorry.
Saúde.
Sorry. Thank you.
L'chaim. אתה רוצה לשתות משהו? You should. את רוצה לשתות משהו?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking if you want something to drink in Hebrew.
Wow, that is awesome.
All right, guys, go ahead.
Je vais un peu de l'eau.
Huh? Oh, see?
Je vais un peu de l'eau.
See?
Ah, ah, ah. Ok. 20.500.
I'm gonna listen to my pagode, okay?
Okay, you can do it.
You think I'm joking? Look at this. But I'm not gonna let you guys listen. I want you to concentrate and give me the right answer, okay? We're here to
Okay.
learn. And I'm looking at you.
I'm
You
doing.
can't see me, but I can see you. Joseph, where are you, Joseph?
Joseph. Joseph is always.
Here, you can't see me?
No one can.
You can't see me?
No. You just reminded me of rush hour. You just reminded me of rush hour. Do you understand the word that's coming out of my mouth?
You guys really not see
Now
me?
I can see you.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, good. So do the math. You're going to be the first one to give me an answer. You're not going to fool me today.
Okay. Missing one part of the formula. Hold on one second. Trying to...
I have a number.
I don't have the answer for this one.
Okay, let's do it. Who has a number for the value?
I have, hold on. I have 5,000. No, hold on. No, hold on. 5, 8.
Rafael, number.
I have 1,268,266.67.
Anybody else has a number?
I got the same number.
Same
Come on.
number. Good.
Could you
Well,
please give us 2 more minutes?
2 more minutes. Can't give you 2 more minutes. And then the class will end.
Okay.
I have to do 16 and 17 today in 45 minutes.
Understood.
All
Too
right.
much.
First thing I'm going to do is calculate my PGI. And we're going to put it in here. So 1,200 times 4 plus 1,500 times 4. How much is that?
I didn't put times 4.
Well, but it says here 4 units.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
4.000.
Sorry.
4.800. Okay.
What is the total? 129,600. Is that what you have? Yeah, Rafael?
I think so. Yeah.
Now I'm going to put vacancy, which is 5% of this. And I will subtract it. Times 5% will give me
6,480.
6,480. And they tell me the other income is, and I will add $5,000. Now, I will calculate my EGI, which is my effective gross income, which is
128,000 and 120.
How much?
128,120.
Okay, now I'm gonna list my expenses, and I will start with the fixed expenses, property taxes. Just to help you guys to make a separation here. Property taxes is $18,000. And I'll put in insurance. Insurance is $6,000. I'm gonna put the variable. Variable is $5,000. You see, I'm just plugging the numbers. The only calculation we did so far was the annual income and 5% and subtract the other things. Now I'm going to put reserves. And reserves is $4,000. Now, where do I put the annual debt service?
In the fixed.
Nowhere.
Nowhere. Thank
Oh,
you.
nowhere, yeah.
Where do I put depreciation?
Nowhere.
Good. Now I'll calculate my operating expense. The operating expense is 10, 23, 33,000, right?
Right.
Now I'll calculate my NOI. To calculate NOI, I'll subtract the operating expenses by my effective gross income. 128, 120 minus 33,000.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna give me 95,120. Now I have to use my I. Let me put it right here on the top. I have to use the formula. I
Divided
over
over R and V.
V. Now, replacing those numbers by real numbers, I have 95,120 over
7%, 7.5%.
7.5%. So I just need to divide 95,120 divided by 7.5%. That's unbelievable. Mac never gives me the correct number. 95,120 divided by 7.5%. That's gonna give me a value of 1,268, 266, 66, or 67. Good?
Good.
Very good. You all know how to pass your exam, and you all know how to work with investors and get them the best investment possible.
Uh-huh.
Good. Now let's start with chapter 16.
What?
Is it okay if I share some worksheets on the WhatsApp group?
No, do this. Hold on. Share with us right now. I'm going to transfer the screen to you.
Oh, no, it's exactly the same worksheet. I just done that using the, yeah, I'll share.
All right, just make you host. And I'm going to have to stop sharing my screen so you can start sharing yours.
I will then send the link to everyone. Maybe you guys can use that to study. I created everything using a worksheet, and there are some calculations. You may use it to play with the numbers.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll send you guys the link.
Okay.
It's the same exact exercise. Okay?
Send to us.
I will.
good. Now I will.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you.
Back to you in the studio.
Back to me in the studio. Reclaim host. It's me again. Share screen. Back to 16. Now we're gonna do this that we did today. We're gonna do on Saturday. Okay. I'm gonna be giving the host to all of you, and you guys are gonna teach something. How about that? But I'm not gonna put you on the spot. Okay. To tell you something very interesting about being on the spot. I was teaching a class, and I had a lot of students in the class. And there was one guy that he was asking questions, he was participating a lot, and I asked him, can I put you on the spot? And everybody in the class said, yes, yes, put him on the spot. And I asked him, what is principle of substitution? And he didn't know. So we helped him. We told him, can anybody tell me what principle of substitution is? I told you this on the first day. Principle of substitution. And this is not something that is just for the class, it's also for your life. I use that every time that I go to do a listing presentation and try to get the seller to list it for the correct price and not overprice it. Principle of substitution means that no one informed buyer will pay more for a house if he could acquire something similar for the same price. For a lower price, actually, right? So everybody helped him with that. 2 days later, I look at him and I said, can I put you in a spot? And he said, no. And everybody said, yes, put him in a spot. What is principle of substitution? And he also didn't know. And everybody helped him, telling him the same thing. No one informed the buyer will pay more for a property if he could buy a similar property for less. The day of the 2 days before the test, I did the same thing. Can I put you on the spot? This time he said yes. And I asked him, what is principle of substitution? And he was able to answer. Now, why did I mention this? Because the day of the class, the day of the test, he scored 70. And that's what you need to pass, 70. And he only scored 70 because he got that question right.
Wow.
Because if he didn't get that question right, if I didn't put him on the spot 3 times, he would get that question wrong and he would score 69. And wouldn't.
Oh, yeah.
So,
69 é de doer, né?
Yeah. If you plan on fail, please do not fail with 69.
Yeah.
So don't be afraid to be on the spot because it might help you like help this guy. All right, we're good. Now, financial institution, reform, recover, and enforce acted, whatever. The appraisal foundation, they have the appraisal qualification board, and they have also the appraisal standard board, and the state certified appraisers. You have to be a certified appraiser in order to do an appraisal by yourself without a supervision, okay? We already know what federally related transactions. So they are able to do appraisal that has banking involved, but they must use the USPAP. USPAP is the format where you create your appraisal report, okay? And it stands for Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice. That's the guidelines for you to prepare your report. Now, the 475 also regulates appraisal. Remember that I told you that the 475 is divided into 4 parts. And the most complicated part is the name of those parts. Who remember?
Part 1.
Part 1,
Yeah,
part 2, part 3, part 4.
See, you learned the most difficult part of this is the name of the parts. Part 1 is for real estate. Part 2 is for appraisals. Part 3 is for commercial commissions on a sale, and part 4 is for commercial commission on the lease. Okay? The concept of value. We have cost, price, and value, and they can all be different. Cost is how much it will cost to bring it to existence. All right, this is cost. How much is gonna cost me to build a house? Price is how much they are asking for. And value is the market value. And they could be different, right? Someone can ask for a house 500,000, but the real value is 420. Right? So we understand the difference between cost, price, and value. Price is always how much they're asking for. And value is how much is it really worth it. Now, type of value. We have assessed value that is for to calculate property taxes. Remember that we already did the exercise to calculate property taxes. And the property tax is calculated based on the assessed value that is assessed by the county appraisal department. Every county has one appraisal department that their job is to assess a value for each single property for property taxes purpose. Also, we need an appraisal for insurance. And remember, when you do appraisal for insurance, we do the value based on the building, not the land. Because even if the building catch on fire, the land is still there, right? So we have to insure land. We also insure building. For an investment value, liquidation value. Liquidation value is for business that is going out of business. What type of appraisal we do on a business that is going out of business? Liquidation value, right? So how do they do that? They get all the assets and all the liability. They subtract one for the other. The difference will be the value. Understand? They have accounts receivable of $1 million. And they have accounts payable of $500,000. So what is the liquidation value for this business? $500,000. Right? Going concern value is very easy to remember because the name is telling me what it is. Let's imagine I'm buying a business that makes $10,000 a month. Okay? So what is my concern when I'm buying the business? Is if the business after I purchase will continue making $10,000 a month, right? Right. That's why it's called going concern value. My concern is that the business will continue going to make the same amount of money when I bought it. The salvage value is for buildings that's going to be demolished. So before you demolish the building, then you go inside and you see whatever value you have inside. Let's say it's a hospital and they have beds, they have computers, they have x-ray machines, they have a bunch of different things that could be sold before the demolition. Right? That is salvage value. Now, investment value is to the eyes of the investor. Understand this. Investment value is a value to the eyes of the investor, which means this. Some investment could be good for my eyes, but it could not be good for your eyes. You may not think that this is a good investment. On the other hand, I do. So the investment value is a value on the eyes of the investor. Now, what is a market value? Market value is the most probable price which a property should bring in a competitive and open market under all conditions fair to a sale. What does that mean? Let's say that I'm using a comparable and the house was sold for $450,000, but the seller sold the property because of a divorce. Could that motivate them to sell for less? Just to settle the divorce? Yes. Right? What if it's in case of death or sickness or loss of a job? Could that motivate them to sell for less so they could sell it faster? Yeah. So all of those things needs to be taken into consideration when the appraiser is doing an appraisal because they need to make the adjustment. Now, what this is saying is the market value is a value on a competitive open market with all the conditions being fair on a sale. Yeah. There is no undue stimulus. I'm selling my property to my daughter, so I want to sell her for less money because I want to help her to buy the property. That's a stimulus that I'm having to lower the price. That's not going to be considered my property, the value of my property after I sold cannot be considered a market value because I have an undue stimulus when I set the price. Good?
Good.
Now, assumption in market value. Values applies to a specific date when the title is transferred. Buyer and seller are typically motivated. Both parties are well informed or well advised, acting in their own best interest. Example, remember I gave you guys an example of one of my clients that I helped him to buy a property, and he said that he wants their property and it couldn't be any other, and I was able to negotiate, get the buyers out and get the house. Let me tell you, he paid about 20% more than the value.
Because he was super motivated.
He wants that property, yeah. So he was willing to pay 20% more for the value. Reasonable time is allowed in the open market. Payment is made in cash in the US dollar or financed. And the price is not affected by special financing or seller concession. Example, I was talking to a friend of mine in Orlando, and he wants to buy a property, and he's short in money. So I gave him a few ideas. One of the ideas that I gave him was to get a down payment assistance. There's many counties that they do have down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. And he is on Orange County, and Orange County depends on how much you make. It can go from $15,000 to $50,000. Down payment assistance, so meaning the county will give you that money for the down payment. And another thing is that I told him, like, instead of you lower the price with the seller, offer the full price and ask the seller to pay for closing costs. That's one of the of FHA loans, because the FHA program allows seller contribution up to 6% toward the closing cost, not toward the down payment. It has to be toward the closing cost. So this will affect the price if the seller is financing or if the seller is giving some type of concession or incentive.
Yeah.
Characteristic of the value. For us to have a value on anything, first we need to have a demand, right?
Right.
I have this bottle of water that I already drank half of it. I'm going to put it in front of me so you can see it. So who wants to buy it for $2? There's no demand.
No
right?
one.
If there is no demand, there is no value. Maybe someone with really trust will offer me 50 cents, right? So the value is always based on demand. Utility, what are you going to do with that? Scarcity. Now, why do you believe that the prices for properties in Manhattan, it's so high, and in Orlando is so low?
Because of the demand.
No, because it's scarcity. Manhattan doesn't have any more vacant land for nobody to build anything. So whatever is there is there. If you want to live in Manhattan, you're going to have to pay the price. But Orlando, there's land everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So scarcity also will affect value. And transferability means that is the title clear to be transferred? You know, can we really convey title to the buyer? Oh, look what we have here. Speaker of the House, Gabriela, please read Principle of Substitution.
Principle of substitution. A prudent buyer or investor will pay no more for a property than the cost of acquiring through purchase or construction an equally desirable alternative property and sets upper limit of value.
Good. So this is what principle of substitution is. We have a bunch of principles. Now, I want you to understand what highest and best use is. Every time that you hear the word highest and best use, they're talking about the land. Okay? You're talking about the land. So let's say you have a vacant land and you want to do something with that land. What will be the highest and best use? Meaning, what will bring more value to your property? That's what the highest and best use is. So always I use the example when I'm teaching in Miami, in Sunny Isles, because everybody knows Sunny Isles. Sunny Isles right now, there's high rises everywhere on the beach. And there is one hotel, very old hotel, maybe 60 years old, I don't know. 2-story hotel with a camel in front of it. And I always ask to my students, do you think that hotel is the best, highest and best use for the land? It's not. They can tear down the hotel and build a high rise and sell for a high price. Okay? So you have a piece of land. What would be better? Turn the land into a parking lot where you charge per hour for people that come in and out? Or would it be better for you to build a office building? Or would it be better for you to build a condo, an apartment building? That's what highest and best use is. It's always related to the land. Okay, what will bring more value to the land? Increase and decrease in returns is about over improvement. I don't know if I mentioned that to you on the first day. I think I did. I was talking to Gabriel. Actually, he wants to be called Guilherme. But Gabriel is better, and let me tell you. It's an angel. Maybe you don't feel like one, but it is. Gabriel told me that he spent $75,000 renovating his kitchen. Did I tell you that?
No.
No, you didn't. Oh, okay. I was having a conversation with Gabriel, and he told me, Orlando, I spent $75,000 on my kitchen, and I want to put $75,000 on the top of the price of my house so I can get the money back. And I told him, look, Gabriel, that's not how it works. Let me ask you one simple question. Why did you spend $75,000 on the kitchen? And he said, to make my wife happy. And I asked him, is she happy? And he said, yes. So that's your $75,000. You got what you want. But it's a joke. He never said that. Okay. So this is an example of improvement. Let me give you another example of improvement. We know that the value of a pool will contribute to $20,000 on the value of the property. But Gabriel decided to spend $80,000 because he wants a cascade, he wants a sliding, he wants a bunch of different things for his family to enjoy. It's not wrong to spend $90,000 on a pool, right? Because you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
What is wrong about it is to think that when you sell the property, you're going to bring $9,000 to the value of the property. You're not, right? A pool only will contribute to $20,000. Conformity, it means that it's in conformity with the zoning, you know. Assemblage and plottage. Let me tell you what assemblage and plottage is. Just to make it clear right at the beginning, plottage is a result of assemblage, meaning they're basically the same thing, but a plottage is a result of assemblage. And what does that mean? Let's say that this developer here have all those lots for sale. Okay. Now, Rafael, which is the first one on my list, decided to buy 2 lots and make one. I can't make this line disappear. I'm trying my best. Okay? So he bought 2 lots and make 1 to bring more value to what he's going to do with the lot. That's called assemblage. And the result of assemblage is what?
Lotage.
Plottage, yes. Okay? Progression and regression is related to value. You know, value going up or value going down. Okay. Approach to estimating real property value. Appraisals use all 3 approaches. Guys, we've been through this already, okay? We already know what sales comparison approach is, cost approach, and income approach. Where do we use sales comparison approach? In what type of property?
Residential.
Residential, right. How about income approach? What type of property do you use income approach?
Investment.
Commercial.
Income producing properties. Okay? Income producing property. Not commercial, not industrial. Okay? Income producing properties. How about cost depreciation approach? Where do we use the cost depreciation approach? Which was the first one we did. Guys, the best answer is that anything that is not residential or income producing property. Anything that is not one of those 2. So what could that be? Could it be a church? Could it be a school? Could it be an airport? Could it be a courthouse? Hospital? Right? How can you get a value of a hospital?
Yeah.
You have to use the cost depreciation approach. We good?
Yeah.
All right. So we already know about this sales comparison approach. We have the CIA CBS adjustments. We just make adjustments on the comps. Reconciliation is the name that we give to those when we do the calculation based on weight. Okay? The appraiser gives 35% to comp A, appraiser gives 35% to comp B, appraiser gives 40%, 30% to comp C. This calculation that we do, multiplying by the percentage and then add the results, is called reconciliation. Good. Cost approach. Let's see what is important here. All right, reproduction cost. Reproduction cost. And replacement cost. Easy to understand is this. Let's say I have a Toyota 2019 and I had an accident on 95 and I have to replace and I have to change my bumper. Can I go to junkyard or go to Toyota and buy one bumper to my Toyota 2010?
No.
Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be easy to find even on a junkyard. That's a replacement. Reproduction is that I have a Mercedes 1965. I had an accident and I need to replace the bumper. Can I go to a junkyard or to Mercedes and order a new bumper?
Probably not.
Yeah.
No. Chances are that we're never gonna find it. So what do I have to do? I have to find someone that works with metals to make you one, reproduce, right?
Yes.
Depreciation, we already know about depreciation. Physical. Now, let's understand about types of depreciation, okay? We have 2 things that you need to understand, and it's a new word for most of us. It's called functional obsolescence and external obsolescence. It's like a depreciation, you know, or what is the other word? It's obsolete. Okay, the other word could be obsolete. Functional obsolescence. You see, both words has obsolescence in it. Let me circle. Mouse up here. Up here. All right. You see, functional obsolescence, we have obsolescence on it. And external obsolescence, we also have the obsolescence in it. So the difference will be either the functional or the external, and we need to know the difference. When I say functional, it's anything related to the property itself. Functional is anything related to the property itself. Example, I have a house with 5 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. Is it a problem? Yeah, right? Maybe 30 years ago it was not a problem, you know. I think people live more in peace. They were never fighting over the bathroom. Nobody was, you know, punching the door. Get out of the bathroom. I need to get ready to go to school. Maybe 20, 30 years ago it was okay, but today, no. You have 5 bedroom. You need to have at least 3 or 4 bathroom, right? This is a problem with the property. That's a functional obsolescence. Another thing, you have a living room with only 1 outlet. Is that a problem?
Yes.
Yeah. Now you use the outlet to turn on the TV. Where are you gonna plug your
cell phone
lights? Would you charge your phone? You know, maybe you have a radio or something, right? That's also related to the property, and it's called functional obsolescence. Now we need to understand that a depreciation, it could be curable or uncurable. What will be the difference between curable or uncurable? It's based on the amount of money you're going to invest to cure the depreciation. If the amount of money that you're going to invest to cure the depreciation, you will be able to get it back when you sell, that it's considered to be a curable depreciation. But if the amount of money you're gonna put it in is way more than you're gonna get when you sell, then it's uncurable depreciation. Let's say how difficult and expensive will be to build another 2 bathrooms in a house that has 5 bedrooms. It's gonna be hard, right?
Yeah.
All the pipes that is already running on the house, you're gonna have to get an extension for the sewer to make a new bathroom with the toilet and the vanity, the sink. You're gonna spend so much money to build another 2 bedroom, and maybe you're going to give up some bathroom to have a room for another bathroom, that it's not gonna be worth the money you're gonna spend. That's considered to be a uncurable depreciation. Okay, we good? Now, external obsolescence, the name says it all. It's not about my property. It's about what?
Local.
Outside. The function is about my property, what is inside my property. External means anything that is outside my property. Example, I live close to a highway, and there's another noise and dust, right? Or a train track. Every time that the train passes, make another noise, and I have a lot of dust that comes in from it. Is that a problem with my house? No, it's an external obsolescence. Let's give another example. I spent $12,000 on the landscaping. The guy came, put a new grass. They plant a lot of flowers, plants, and trees, palm trees, to make my house beautiful. I also paint everything outside. The house is amazing. But my neighbor next door, his grass is gray, dead. The painting on the walls outside the house is rusty by the sprinkler. My neighbor on the other side, he's a mechanic, and he always has car with the open hood, a lot of oil spilled on the floor, on the sidewalk.
Terrible.
Is that affect the value of my property?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. And that's an external depreciation, external obsolescence. It's depreciating the value of my property because of the look that my neighbors has in their properties. Okay?
Yeah.
Back to the value of my property. You lose value due to something that is outside your property. Functional obsolescence, an example is also over improvement. The one that Gabriel did, over improvement, it's also an example of a functional obsolescence. All right, life age method. Life age method is this. Now, Alexandra, look at Rafael and tell him how old do you think he is?
Rafael, I think he is 35.
35. Okay. And Rafael is actually 41.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, I don't know how old he is. But let's say that he's 41. 41 is his actual age, right? But 30 what you said?
35.
35 is how he looks, you know?
Ah.
Now, it's an age based on the way it looks. Sometimes you look to a building and it looks very new, but it's actually 20 years old. And sometimes you look to a building and it looks very old, but it's actually new, but they have no maintenance. That looks old, right?
Uh-huh.
Now, we already saw this, how we do the calculation for depreciation. Sales comparison approach, we saw that too. Income approach, we saw the income approach. Operating expenses, the formula to calculate the I over RV. We already know about this too. Reconciliation final value. We already saw this as well. The appraisal gives a weight. Remember that we're talking about weight? It's right here. The weight. Now, let's look into gross rent multiplier and gross income multiplier. The name looks complicated, but it's very simple. I buy a house for $150,000. The house is rented for $1,200. How long it's gonna take for me to get my money back? You understand what I'm
Just
saying?
multiply.
No, divide.
Divide.
Yes. Okay, very simple. How do I calculate the gross rent multiplier? I will get the value of the property divided by the rent, the rental income monthly. Because gross rent multiplier is based on the monthly income, not based on the annual income. So anyone tell me, what is the gross rent multiplier of a property sold for $150 that is rented for $1,200?
150 divided by 2,000.
1,200.
1,200.
What is it?
Please, Rafael, do the maths. Please.
Is it 12 and a half?
No.
Oh, the opposite, right? The opposite.
150,000 divided by 1,200.
Yeah, it's gonna be 12.
No,
12.
125.
125.
Yeah, 125.
Okay, I got it. I got the number wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, 125. So it means that it will take 125 months for me to get my $150,000 back. I gave 150 for the house, and now every month I'm collecting 1,200, 1,200. So how long is it gonna take for me to get my 150, getting 1,200 every month? Will take 125 months. That's what a rental, gross rent multiplier is. It's based on the rental income. Any question? No?
No.
Now, what gross income multiplier is the same thing, but it's based on the annual income. based on the annual income. Let's say that I bought the property for $150,000 and I make $24,000 a year. Then I will get 150 and divide it by 24,000. You get it?
Yeah.
That will be 6 years. It will take 6 years for me to get the money back. That's the difference between gross rent multiplier from gross income multiplier. And it's very simple. It's just to know either how many months it will take for me to get my money back or how many years it will take for me to get my money back. If it's about how many months, I need to get my monthly income. If it's about how many years, I need to get my yearly income. We good?
Yes, we.
All right, great.
Yeah.
CMA, you are in the section 16. Now, I can start giving you the highlights of the highlights. So you can study tomorrow. Don't forget to look into the videos on the website.
Highlights of highlights.
All right. Page 5. Do you have a highlight on page 5?
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
that's your
Super highlight.
super highlight. Go here.
Você vai dar highlights pro prova do estado também?
There is no such thing. There's no such thing.
Highlight do highlight do highlight do highlight.
Date highlights.
Ah!
Nothing like that.
Se eu não passar nessa prova, eu vou fazer seu curso de novo, Arlindo. Você
Well,
vai ter que me aturar.
com muito prazer. Com muito prazer.
Ai.
Okay, we're gonna have to go back and forth on the pages, okay? because if I don't do this, it's gonna take longer, believe me. It's gonna take longer. All right, let's open the page on 141.
For me also.
I don't know yet. Let me open one here first. And yours too. Well,
141 for me.
yes. Do you see third-degree felony highlight?
Yes.
That's the highlights of the highlight.
Okay.
Okay, third-degree felony. Now open the page on 115.
115?
Yes, maybe not be on 115, but we'll see here. Hold on.
Okay. There is no, I don't have highlights on the 115.
Yeah. 115 for me.
Hold on. For you, yes, 115. For everybody else, it's on 116. Highlights that you have there is the super highlight. I don't need to repeat the lines because you only have one on the page.
Mm-hmm.
Now, page 81.
81.
Yes. Is
Okay.
the highlights that you have there.
Okay.
Big one.
Yes, but it's a very simple. 81 for both. Page 179.
179.
Yes.
Okay.
Hold on. I have to open two books so I can help everybody. Yes, it's the highlight, the first highlight, 1 through 8. Or 3 to 8. No, 1 to 8, yes.
Mm-hmm.
1 through 8 for both of you. For all of you, actually. Page 195. Is the highlight about timeshare.
Okay.
33.
What? 33?
233.
233.
233. I need to see if it's the same for you.
I lost this last one, 185. Two, 23.
711.
195.
Okay. 233 is the highlight about the sections, the name on the sections.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The numbers of the section. 262. Which is
There is no highlight there.
Hold on, let me just find out. 262, yes. Let me look in here. Okay, 265 actually. 265, but I believe for okay, 265 for all of you. It's the highlights that you already have, especially line 5 and 6. Alexandra, 262, the highlights you have, especially line 22 and 23. Page 249.
249.
There is no highlight in 249.
Okay, it's because the numbers here are different.
Okay.
It's 251. 249 for Alexandra.
Wow.
The highlights that you have for executory contract. Alexandra, 375. 375. For everybody else might be 379. Let's see.
$375.
Hold on. Oh, it's 3. Yeah, 377 for everybody, and for Alexandra 375.
Okay, I don't know if it, I don't know if
377.
I don't have any highlights on the lesson 16.
377. You have highlights on 377. If you don't,
377.
77. Yeah.
377.
Yes, 377.
I don't have a highlight.
All right, it's 26 to 30. Everybody else has highlights on 377, right?
I think so. This is today's.
Today.
Oh yeah, this today. Yes. All right, 377. 26 through 30.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. let's continue where we were. It's much better. 244. Will not be for everybody 244. I'm just checking.
To me also.
No, for you is 244.
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, 246 for everybody else. And for you, it's 244.
Okay.
The lines that says real estate license may assist buyer and sellers with the compensation of 4 types of contract as directed by buyers and or sellers. So it's the authority that you have to create those documents. Okay? 130. I believe it's 130 for everybody. Probable cause. $166. Gonna be 160. Yeah, let's see, 166.
$166 to me.
Yes, I think everybody will be 166. It's the property report, line 16 and 17. Okay, good. Page 23.
23.
It's the highlight you have there on 23. I believe you have only one, right? 360A.
Page 23, number 3.
Page 23, you only have one highlight on that page.
What is next?
Only have one highlight on that page.
What is the next page?
368. Probably is gonna be 360, 370 maybe. Let me see.
Did you change the page?
I'm on 369 for you. 368 for you.
368.
But Arlindo, which line? Because we don't have a highlights yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. 368. It's not 368. This one, it will be page 69.
69.
69. $369. Present all offers. Page 69. Present all offers. The line 21 through 23. Now I'm gonna give you one more.
1 second. Page 69. Okay. Okay.
Line 21, 23.
Page 333 to everybody, and I believe for you, Alexandre, is 331.
31.
Yep. The only highlights you have on the page.
We don't have highlight.
On 333, okay, 30 through 33. Yours too, Alexandra, on the same on the page 331, 30 through 33. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15 through 31, 16. All right. You got 16 highlights for you to study tomorrow, and you continuing reading the other highlights.
Okay.
Okay? Continuing reading the other highlights, and then on Saturday afternoon, I will give you the rest of the highlights so you can study it at night. Okay? In the meantime, guys, I'm available on the phone. If you have any question, give me a call.
Okay. Thank you, Arlindo.
Okay.
Right, guys. Thank you too. Have a great night.
You too. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you again. Take care. Bye.